And we're back. Okay, let's figure out our to-do list today. I've been chipping away at a few things offline, or off stream, I should say. And I think I just want to work on some bit more fun stuff. This could be a quick, the save resources stuff could be kind of quick, actually. If I go to the game mode. I'll log out. We will snapshot. Get controlled upon. Get stat component. Going to get statistic. It's the wrong get statistic. And I'm going to start with just, I guess I'll do all, was it 4? Value, log out, health, log out, mana, or I should say primary. I'll be 1 second here. Okay, log out secondary. And tertiary. And this one's actually over here. Alright, health current, primary current, secondary current, and tertiary current. Okay. Play 5 info. So we do need to get that. And then at this point, this is the playtime update, I think. Okay, that's clearing the active character ID. This is the playtime. This is also the playtime. Alright, so we're going to start a sequence, I think. For all these different things. Sequence. And then this one is self-contained. Oh, we do want to do that last, so maybe I can't quite do that, I think. Or actually, no, I think I can. I don't think that messes anything up. And then this guy's going to come down here. Let's play Fab ID. Yeah. So this is just updating playtime, and so now I just need another one of these. And we're getting the character ID and the playFab ID. And we need to set the data. Resource update. Resources. Current. Okay, and this is going to just be a string for now. All separated by commas. Okay. log out, we construct the resource update. We set the resources current, and we've already established all that. And we update it. I'll just name this CE update resources success. And now what? Okay. And so if you're interested in what we're up to, we are building an indie MMO. It's very EverQuest and World of Warcraft inspired. You can wishlist it on the Epic Game Store. And we'll be having a playtest on probably the 28th or the 1st of March. Maybe we'll do the 28th because it's a Saturday. It's still in February. Probably the 28th of February. And you can on that page is the download for the demo where you can participate when our playtests are live. And we have a bunch of content on our YouTube, which you might be at right now, on related indie MMO topics, our tech stacks, on our tech stack, and some other things like game revenue and why we're on the game store. And so today I'm doing a quick, I think this should actually update. Go to PlayFab. I have a lot of the core important things saving to the cloud, and now I'm doing some of the other stuff like logging your health and stuff when you log out. When you log back in, it's the same. So it gives that feeling of persistency. Alright, just walk around, holding on for a second. And if I quit, I should now have resources. And for some reason, they're all were set to 0. That's interesting. I did something wrong. Controlled pawn. Controller object reference. Oh, I wonder if the pawn's already destroyed. Let's try this. Get 2 up. Been meaning to test this. So if I go here and just hit disconnect, they instantly get destroyed. And so, let me see if I can find a way to disable that. World controller event. If I override, sometimes if you override the destroy event, it'll stop that from happening. We'll test that first, and then we might just test eject or unpossess. Okay. How about unpossess? How Unreal Engine multiplayer. Disconnect client without destroying the pawn. This might be one of the first things I have to do to override in C++. I wonder if I do it from here. On logout, if I unpossess, does it get rid of this? Maybe that gets executed before everything else. Nope. Events. Okay. World. Quit. End play. For now, we'll just do that on both of these. Event. I can't do any type of event here, I don't think. Bind event to on end play. Oh, I'd have to do that at the start. Let's give that a random test here. Begin play. I'll wait this little. To end play. process. Oh my god. Stop doing what I don't want you to do. Unpossess. This one. Still nada. There's a random. Sometimes these events destroy. I wonder if like I delay these for some reason. If that holds it long enough. Nope. Does not. Is there an option? Defaults. This is different. This isn't different, right? Yeah, it's the same thing. These are all my things, my things. Mouse interface, game. Unpossessed pawn change. Okay, what about the server? Do we have any settings here? These are mine. Seamless travel. Okay, then what about the player character? events, movement mode, character movement updated. Event end play. Let's just see if this overrides the destruction. Negatory. Event destroyed. That point's probably too late, obviously. Okay. Transform, animation, mesh, tick, mine, physics, nameplate. Again, mine, skin weights, rendering. It's not going to be in rendering. Won't be in clothing. Performer, each slot. There's a random chance to set these things as not replicated. I would still delete it on the server, which is the important part. The character movement things. Sometimes you gotta dig through all of the damn options. Sometimes there's a little tiny thing. Hmm. So people on the post are saying, upon leaving game is called directly on the player controller. which ends up destroying. No players leaving the game if player. Can add your game conditions there. Let me just try to find one. Hmm. Um, I could potentially do something as a temporary solution. Not that it's a very good one, but timer by event. This is only authority, which it makes it even worse. But I'll just do a little delay. Or I can just do that here. Just start delay 1. Time. Literally, does it have to be like 0.1 seconds? And a self-reference is valid. We do nothing. If it's not valid, we unpossess. Oops, this is the wrong. This is the wrong blueprint. I would think this would be inconsistent at best, but we'll see. So the second the self becomes not valid, we unpossess, which might save the character. that time. Let's try event tick, which again is even worse, but still not a. I'm kind of happy that didn't work. I'm sorry. Let me take some water, drink, clear my throat. All right. So I've hit a little bit of wall, just because I'm a blueprint-only MMO right now. This looks like it's going to be a very easy change, but I'll look for a separate thing. I'll do some more deep diving a little bit later. It's one post I'm reading. It seems like when a pawn gets, or when a player leaves the game, there's a whole bunch of things trying to destroy it. It's not like a weird set owner thing, right? Event leave. What was it? End play set owner. Get controlled pawn. Set owner to just nothing. I don't think that's what I wanted. Maybe it is. Actor. Empty owner. Sometimes there's all these little weird things you can try and override stuff and get away with it. Not gonna work. There is a random chance on the character event tick Get owner is valid. Just cast to player controller and unpossess. I forgot to do the tick just to make sure it's running. So I have tick turned off on a lot of things, and see if it's actually running or not. Okay, so that's not even running. Let's just turn tick on for a second. Nope. All right. Could try something like this. Bind on event. I don't think that's going to work because it's the same thing as the first one. Okay. All right. I found one post that kind of. Okay. release it with a so get controlled pawn. I'm assuming, as I'm finding out, this is already dead on logout. Yeah, it's already dead. So I can't use anything in the game mode. For the controller. Let's print the string. Do I see this? Doesn't look like it. Let's just make this red to make sure. It doesn't even see it. So I'm going to have to do some sort of destroy, just check the writer actor is valid. Okay, well, I think I found how to do it in code, but I'll tackle this another time. It might be, I might be able to just do the whole thing here. So this gets destroyed, right? I think I already tried to do stuff here, and it gets destroyed too quickly for, or it does have, I think, a single execution. It can happen. It basically happens so fast, you get one line of execution. Anything that has this, any type of delay doesn't get fired. And so if I go back to the game server, and I take all of this out, and I think I can just do, simplify this, get health current, prim current, I think I can get away with that for now. And then I can get rid of all these because the pawn is not accessible. And then I don't need the resource update or this. So I'm just going to do a disconnect. And then I can check my data, cloud. And it's still nothing. Does it actually fire in time? Okay, so it does get it there. But I think it's not having enough time to push this out, unfortunately. Oh, duh. I'm not even doing the request right. Get owner. Play out the character ID. And then we make sure this is only on the server. And now that should actually be correct. Still is not enough time, it seems. If I go, oops, if I go here, yeah, it's not happening fast enough. But if we do this, yeah, so we get the hello, but we don't get enough time before this gets destroyed to send out anything, unfortunately. All right then. Maybe I just put a pin in this. This was supposed to be so easy, and now I'm gonna have to just put it on a little bit later. Yeah, so I just wanted to potentially save, um, cloud save your health and stuff when you log out. So you log in, it's the same health, so it's like feels a little bit more consistent. But Unreal, out of the box, Unreal is destroying the pawn or the character the absolute instant you disconnect. And through blueprints, it looks like there's no way to override that. and I don't want to get into um, I'll save this, although let's just save this for later. That's something else. Cloud update code for resources requires a small modification. I'll just tap this to yellow, whatever. It's honestly one of out of all this time, one of the first things that is legit required a C++ modification. And I'm not just talking about the time for blueprint code, but my entire time building vertical third, my entire time, there's usually always a way to override everything in Unreal, especially with things like usually in Unreal, if you have like a child actor of some sort and you do event destroyed, usually you have to do like the call parent functions and stuff for that to even work. And so this is player controller. If I did event destroyed and just did a print string, anything natively that would get run off that sometimes gets interrupted by doing this. And so, unfortunately, this one actually requires a modification, which I will have to do, but I'll probably do that offline or off stream. Because I do want to, there's certain things that, like, there's a chance doing things on event logout on the game mode server that what happens if two things happen at the identical same time, and would it get confused by this? And so, like, this is a playtime thing, and we're getting the playtime from, I think I actually we get it from the controller, but I think I actually pull it from the, it'd be better to pull it from the character and do it, all this stuff. Basically, you want the player to disconnect, keep the character alive in the world, and then if the character ever reconnects, then you basically just search for their current character in the world and repossess that character, and then you give it like that little bit of disconnect time frame to destroy the pawn, and you're manually destroying the pawn when you want to. And when I say pawn, it's the character. When you're manually destroying the character, then you like boost all the settings to the cloud, and then destroy the character. So that's the proper way to do that in like an MMO type setting. But moving on, that was kind of a much larger side quest than I had anticipated. Make sure that this is all fine. Playtime. I'm just going to quickly test, make sure I didn't break any code here. So what's my current playtime? Playtime value is 3. Something's broken, I think. So I hit stop. Refresh. Something might be broken. Why is there a comma there? I don't think there's supposed to be a comma there. Hello? Okay. Over there, I think. I'll take a burger. Okay, let's see if this works. What is going on? Okay. On log out, zone change, whatever, game time. Playtime. Is that even being changed? Let me do. Let me save this for a second. Oh, maybe I did have to do. Okay. Let's just do. Okay. Maybe I do have to do this sequentially. I don't think I should though. So it said 4. Okay, it's 4. And then this is. Oops. That's being done properly. But once again, it's weirdly not getting the current playtime. Just to check if this is the problem. Why is it not being able to find the current? This is so stupid. Okay. Server API, playfab ID, character ID. Why is it coming up? Nothing. There's always this weird chance there's a space at the end of that. What the heck? Update. Oh, I think I have just a stupid typo. Is that it? Do I have a stupid typo? Capital T instead of lower t. Yep, that's it. Go me. playtime in the cloud is currently 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the heck? Am I just not on the right character? Okay. Oh, duh. That's why. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's working. Just when you're on the client version, um, if you hit, if you aren't aware, you hit play. There is a dedicated server being simulated behind this, and so if you close out, it's going to kill the server at the same time. And so right now I'm trying to check if playtime updates, which is something that's done on the server, but if I close it out, it closes the server with it. So you have to disconnect, and then the server is still kind of active, and it updates it properly. And if I go now here in my playtime, it's correctly adding everything together. And then the active character ID also is getting cleared properly, so that's all good. I do want these to be all sequential, like this. All right, that's good. That's making sure that's all still intact because I messed with the code. All right, so this is a little bit later. Add buff states also kind of gonna be in the same area. Needs more time. All right, so the thing I'm going to work on right now is our fabled expeditions, and if anyone wants a little bit of a rundown, I do this every other hour, but we are building Ruins of Tearyn. It's you can wishlist us on the Epic Game Store, and it's a classic take on EverQuest, and it's inspired by EverQuest and World of Warcraft, but it is also modernized, and so we're gonna have a lot of quality life features that some of those games didn't have, but still retaining those core values of being very social, slower paced combat and things. And we're a very PvE focused game right now. PvP will be, it's like not even in the sights of distance right now. And we run pretty frequent playtests. And so we're going to do a playtest the last day of February on the 28th. And you can just come to our page and download the demo to participate in the playtests. But wish lists are awesome. We also have, obviously, on our YouTube channel, which you might be watching right now, we have a bunch of different topics we talk about, and I'll be continuing that trend of making more videos on different indie MMO kind of themes and topics and stuff. And we even have our tech stack breakdown, which I'll bring over here. So these are that we like to talk about our current direction on combat, why we're on the Epic Game Store for revenue purposes. These are kind of like this one here highlights one of our testers fighting the first version of the boss of the first zone. And we do have a raid boss up as well, but no one's we haven't had enough people to try it yet. Kind of our direction and development is here, and then our whole tech stack on how we're building this is also here. And then if you're interested in game tech stuff, we also have the Vertical Third channel. And this is our game architecture we built from 2019 to 2022. We've done updates since then, but the core development was about 3 years. And we have a whole breakdown of just like we kind of use it to describe game architecture. So this is a great video for all developers, and just how to organize your project. But we use Vertical Third as an example of what we did and what you can do from it. So just a lot of content around, especially multiplayer, just game tech and multiplayer things in general. And so now we're going to start on a new system. And so the first part of that system was our world map. And so this is just our basic world map of the first world, little snow level. And you just gotta have some basic tooltips highlighting the different sections and what's available there. What type of, again, we're a very PvE focused game, so you're gonna be doing lots of monster killing and stuff. And the whole point here is to kind of pick a camp, and there's objectives and things to do at those camps. And obviously there's loot, right? And so each one of these kind of tooltips is showcasing what type of loot is there as well. And if you need it, or if you need to help your friends get it, that type of thing. The next part of our system, and so how we're designing this is, if you take a look at other games, they kind of have quests and achievements, kind of separate systems. And we want to merge them into one system. And so the achievements is going to be a lot of your kind of like taking all those like stupid quests of just go kill 10 mobs, go kill this, go kill that. That's just going to be, directly input into the achievement system, and every kind of caliber of X kills you get, you're going to get kind of an XP bonus for it. And so you can kind of sit, that kind of goes back to in EverQuest, you would have these camps, and you would sit at those camps to just grind XP out. And while you sit at those camps, there's usually always some named monsters that spawn for loot. And so we want to promote that idea of you can just sit in one camp, kill some orcs, and you're going to be killing, not just getting XP from the orc kills themselves, but every, X amount of orcs you kill, you get a bonus big chunk of XP. And so it promotes you to kind of do this facilitation of camping these different, oh, I didn't finish some of these descriptions out. Okay, let me just quickly add that while I remember. So there's the fire elementals, which animal camp. I intentionally didn't do that one, but there is a fire elemental that has flare. Is it flare gore? I think it's flare gore. Flare gone. Oh yeah, rare boss. And he drops T1 loot and staff flare gone. Yeah, staff flare gone. Mage. Okay. Good enough. And eventually I'll make the map a little more. Some of these tooltips, I'll make them, like this was phase 1 of the map in general. Like you can zoom in it, like did some of the basic functionalities here. You can see a zone to the raid boss. This is where the boss is. I could put like a quick little map. And part of this is to incentivize my players and playtesters to show the different things that you can do that might be worthwhile sticking around a little bit for. That's current. Yeah, I do have the current location kind of showing as well. Where did I put this thing? Door to dungeon. Let's just duplicate this. Boss. And let's get a. I think it's skills. And just make sure he's not. You can't click on him. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. All right, that should be fine. And then I can. I think it's like 250 and like 350. Just increase the tooltip a little bit. Went the wrong way. 350 by 250. Yeah, good enough. I'm sure I'll have more stuff to add there. Anyways. So I was just changing the tooltip size, that's all. You can put that. I'll probably also do some sort of like mini map inclusion to all this stuff, but you can see your little character arrow. It's moving around, and it's translated properly to the actual, 000 location basically. So, yeah, to me it's a pretty good. I like this kind of very simple world map kind of breakdown. As like a UX experience type thing. Instead of having like a big window with all this other crap all over it, I like this kind of the simplicity of being able to do it. And eventually I'll have it so if you zoom out enough, it'll probably just snap into a mini map that you can stick up here type thing. And like different buttons will expand and minimize it and save certain aspects of it. And I took a basically orthogonal camera or orthographic camera screenshot of the entire other world and then kind of cut out the crap that I didn't want everyone to see, and then applied just a Photoshop filter that simplified the whole look of it. And so it's very accurate to what the actual thing is, but it still is kind of stylized and everything. And I just, for some reason, I like that. And then I'm getting into starting to make some markers. And so maybe I'll actually put some orc markers here and different spider, actual icons that kind of give you an incentive of where actual things are. And so it promotes you to actually look over and what they are and stuff. So it'll get more advanced over time, but when you're building an MMO, you can't really focus on just trying to perfect or finish one thing. you really want to MMOs to have a good experience on an MMO. It's layering, tons of systems together, and so we have a lot of our systems implemented from like a mechanical perspective. We got our first kind of direction on how our combat's going to be a little bit different, and I also put through. Oh, excuse me. And so, like, I'll showcase one of my past streams, if I can find which one it is, on. It's not that one. No, not that one. This one? Nope, that's not that. Oh, I think it's this one. Maybe. I'm trying to find where I showcase my second raid boss here. That one. I can't find this. So weird. Ah, here we go. So this is one of our bosses that we're working on. So this is the boss of the zones, Kagente. This is someone trying to solo it, even though it's a 5-man boss. I'll skip to phase 2 here, but basically there's so phase 1 is summoning 4 skeletons, and then he has a single target route. He's got this kind of line blast with the sword. There's a single target route. Now it's phase 2, so it's an area effect route. You'll see his big blast is now 3 lines long. He's summoning 8 skeletons now instead of 4 skeletons. And so the first time someone did this, I had the jumps instead of kind of a blast right around where he's sitting. And then his kind of other swipe now shoots fireballs as well. There's the air effector route again. And there, obviously, as a MMO, you're supposed to have a team that's like mesmerizing these, sleeping these, area affecting these down, all these type of things. But yeah, we want to have really advanced boss fights in our game, and because I have a lot of, we're using vertical third. It's obviously the system I built. It can really do a lot of these different, really interesting fights. He respawns right by the door. And luckily, he's able to blink away, but that's kind of funny. Yeah, so we're layering our systems in and trying to get some of these things going. And so the next system to do is what I just talked about, and that is, I don't want to call it the achievement system. I think the achievement system is, like, I just hate the branding around the achievement system, and I prefer it to be like your ledger. And so I'm going to create a new tab that is, I'm probably going to be opening up a lot of these and putting them down below eventually, but I don't want to touch a UI redesign just yet. That'll come later. And so I just added a few sound effects and stuff. And so we're going to create the start of our ledger. And so that's going to be effectively your achievement system, but instead of just getting useless achievement points, you're going to actually get experience values, potentially get loot, potentially actually get things for doing those aspects of stuff. And that's what I really want to do differently in this. And so, and sorry if I say "and so" a lot. I don't know. It's my new apparently. Alright, so let's scope this out. So I'm going to ignore all my other to-do crap, put it where I can't see it. And so this is the fabled, this is like the fabled expeditions we're going to do, but that is like the phase 3. So phase 1 was the world map, phase 2 is the ledger, and phase 3 is expeditions. And so we're going to do our ledger. And I'm weird like this. What is other words for ledger? Thesaurus. Your registry, your logs, your records, archives. Archives sounds kind of cool. Character archives, or I kind of like that. I kind of like Tomb of Archives. Could be interesting. Tomb of Archives. Kind of sounds cool. What do you guys think? Does anyone have any thoughts on it? Does Tomb of Archives sound interesting? There's log, ledger. There's character history. Is technically something you can do. Your registry. Records. Tomb of Records. Let's see here. Character Chronicles. Chronicles. Tale. Saga. Memoirs. Memoirs kind of lame. Biography. Oh yeah, I didn't do my little wish list or epic game. I forgot to do my pinned notes. Wish list, please. So ledger, tomb of archives, your log, history. That could be character history, character progression, but that gets mixed up with other stuff. Character chronicles. Could just be saga chronicles. Tomb of Chronicles, Tomb of Chronicles, Ledger of Chronicles, your TOC, Ledger, Chronicles. Thinking about this acronym, Registry of Chronicles, ROC. I kind of like Registry of Chronicles. That's kind of interesting. Because these are like very kind of statistic-oriented things, right? You know, tracking kills, you know, everything. Very stats-oriented. Like, what does the source say for statistics? Give me 1 second. Gotta help a kiddo. Alrighty, I'm back. Have to make some puppet corn for the child. Silly children needing to be fed. What is this? Okay. So I like Registry of Chronicles. It kind of sounds interesting, and it also has the registry kind of as a little analytical part of it. So let's go with that. I'm going to kill this because I like big numbers. Boom. All right, let's get this going. It's going to be a widget. Oh, actually, we're going to start probably, well, it's going to be both, but widget, registry of Chronicles. And then we're going to have a new actor component, registry of Chronicles. Okay. And so right off the bat, we can just go to our player character. And add the registry of Chronicles. And we're going to immediately need in the player get actor component registry Chronicles with output of an object. Pop that in there. New system hype. And then I can probably, because a lot of this is pretty straightforward, it's really not a complicated system in any way. It's literally just incrementing numbers. And one thing I need to think about is do I want every single, this is a playfab thing, and so I could have every single statistic in the registry. So your kills, maybe, how much XP you've gained over time, play time. Could have every single statistic if I wanted to, a separate leaderboard. And so every single statistic in the game you could basically look up a leaderboard on and see who's the highest ranked for it. And I kind of like that as a feature. It's just like a weird other feature. And then it kind of combines the current leaderboard window with the Chronicles registry window, and it's less, less windows better. I have a very keep it simple, stupid kind of approach to a lot of this stuff, and so if I can merge two windows, like some UI, some games have so many friggin' UI windows. Yes, I'm looking at you, Genshin Impact style games. And if you can have two different systems kind of combined in one, that would be much better. And so you open up your registry of Chronicles, and there's maybe like a leaderboard tab and or a button you just click of like show leaderboard, and it shows who's in lead of it all. I don't know if PlayFab has limitations on leaderboards. Let me look at the limits in PlayFabs. Limits. Maximum number, so there's a number of defined leaderboards. Let me just, for paid tiers. So I could have 1,000 leaderboards, so I don't think there's any issues there. Player statistics, it's listed as 300 statistic names I can have a limit of. But I think I'm more than okay. Yeah, I can have 1,000. I can have 1,000 right now, which that's a lot of things to track. So I think I'm in the clear of that. It does add a little bit more work, but the question is, yeah, and because it would be potentially horrendous if I wanted to not do it through the leaderboard system through PlayFab. Yeah, I don't think it'd be feasible to go through all my players on the server, get certain stats, and it would be horrendous to do it that way. Not to mention spamming API calls through the wazoo. All right, let's just do a little bit of brainstorming here in a widget. That's not what I wanted. I do this kind of setup. It's funny. I even taught this to do it through my course on Coursera, but I set up my widgets very similar because the first thing I did from a coding perspective I ever learned was web design and HTML, and so I set up my widgets in a very similar manner. And so your size box is the root. And people that have done web design will understand. The first canvas panel is your body, and then your third canvas panel is your div. And so it's kind of just funny how I do that. And I intentionally taught it that way as well, purely because maybe it resonates with people on and stuff. So this is going to be a pretty big window, I'd say. Almost like a 1280 by 720. Just because there's going to be a lot of details here. And so let's go. Now Now it's kind of stupid to do that measurements though. Oops, 1200 by 600. Let's try that. That might be too short, but we'll see. And just throw an image in there. And just like everything, now we go to our actual route. And we're going to go to add the chronicles in to our route. Center it. And let's quick hit play. Yeah, I think that's a good size. That's a fine size. And then this has to be high, but not as high as that. Let's try 10,000 maybe. What did I put the world map at? 10,000. Okay, well, we'll be 9,000. So we'll be below the world map. Okay, fine with that. Let's just quickly make another tab in the profile window. To duplicate that. Registry. Chronicles. Did I mess something up? No. Come on now. What you doing? Oh, it's locked for some reason. Alright, this is 350. The action list is 200, so just plus, that should be 400, or 350. And then this icon, let's get like a book or something. Oh, things aren't. Ooh, actually some decent books. I'd rather be a bit more mystical versus epic looking. It's like some sort of skull on it. Well, that one's not bad. Oh, a tree's kind of nice. Let's go with the tree. Good enough. Can't quite see that detail, but again, big UI rework eventually. And then unreleased. We're going to, I think I have a root widget already defined, or not. Yeah, I need to do get HUD. Can you not get the HUD from the widget? That's weird. Get owning player should be the controller, right? And HUD. There we go. Get HUD. And now let's open the HUD. Which we now need a new keybind or interface for. RT. Right. And then for whatever reason, I also need to do RT get registry chronicles widget. And this is an object. Object. Widget. All right. Back to the HUD. Oh, and I will make this guy just a function. Keep it clean. All right, get registry. Did I not send it to a variable? Okay. Go back a second. Get visibility. I'll be right back one more moment. Alrighty. So pretty straightforward here. If it's visible or collapsed, even though I never use collapse, we're going to make it hidden. And if it's hidden, oh, these as well. We're going to make it so if it's hidden or collapsed, we make it visible. If it is visible in any way, we make it hidden. And then back to the widget root, no, widget profile. On the button, we're going to just do visibility, like so. And now we can finally set this to hidden by default. There it is. Obviously, I have to make a close button. Which I need to make a template close button already as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Since I'm getting into some of this stuff. Close button. This makes it so I can have one close button built. If we go here, it's 20 by 20. We'll just make it a button. And I'm going to be a little bit quick on this one. Button. Partly because at some point I'm doing a UI rework. I don't want to go too nuts. We'll just do 25. Oh, 20 by 20, whatever. 20 by 20. Throw the text in. Actually, I can copy the text. Or image. Is it an image? There we go. And then we're just going to have a variable here. I'm going to make this button just close. Variable, again, just object. I guess widget. Just generic widget reference. And oh wait, no, I can't do this. I do not want to do that. What we will do is take this and plop it in here. Button close. Anchor it to the top right. And -5, 5. And then we make it a variable. Now we get the button. Bind on released. show that, click that, show, and it's not conflicting in any way. Good enough. I'll put on my to-do list on very low priority. Update Windows with the new close button. All right, so we have it in the game. We can open and close it. And so now we need to kind of think about the layout of everything. Again, I'm mostly focused on functionality, and so not caring too much about the visual looks at this stage too much. Background, this will just be image. Background, get some sort of background. I don't think these are going to show up right. I'm just going to use a vertical third background. Heavy ready. Like that. There's like that one, but this is going to be kind of distorted. I'm going to use this one, but make it kind of darker, I think. Kind of dark, and kind of want something. That's good. Sure. Good enough. And we'll even probably have this segmented a little bit more, because we need to have categories, right? So like right off the bat, we're going to need buttons. And so throw some text in that. This could be like defeats, right? And then we have an image, not image, but I'm just brainstorming here. And then within this, we'd have like the spider, the different types of things. So let's list out currently as far as defeats go. We're going to start with just kills, right? That's just the first thing to start with. So we're going to have bears, boars, deer. What other animals do we have? Let's pull up my So we have bears, boars, deer, moose, spiders, stag, and wolf. Then we have bandits, dragons, fire elementals, earth elementals, chaos. I'm going to start calling them shadow elementals. And then water elementals, goblins, mercenaries, orcs. Then we have undead, we have ghosts, reapers, skeletons, and zombies. So these are all the defeat categories we have, and that's what I'm going to start with. We're going to track the different kills you do for each one of these categories, and then every like 10 or 20 or 50 kills, you get bonus experience. And so it's trying to get rid of that. There's like 0 kill quest in the game for just a numbered kill quest. It'll only be go to that area, kill a bunch of stuff, and you'll be rewarded for it. That's the idea. So now we're obviously going to need a widget switcher. Which just enables tabs. Throw this in here. Let me get rid of this for a second. This guy is going to be I do want him centered. I always like to center things. Size X 800 by 500. And maybe we'll move it over. That seems decent at the moment. And defeats. I need to make another button template as well. Yeah, sure, let's do it. It's like chipping away at standardizing stuff. So when I do go do a widget button template, and so it's standardizing stuff. And so when I go and make a whole UI rework, that it's less of a hassle. And so it's breaking up into a little bit of a breakdown of things. So size X is we're going to do 25 by 30 as a standard button. So we're just going to do a size box. And like doing size boxes and stuff really lets you make sure everything's the same size and follows consistency, and you don't ever have to worry about sizing things. If you want a different size, you can actually make a button that size, and then you can always pull from it. You can have button small, button medium, button big, and Just makes it a little bit easier. And I do this for a lot of like future modifications that don't end up causing any destructive things, and that's why I do like this setup so that it's very adjustable in the future. And then, of course, there's the obvious things of if I want to change all buttons throughout all my games, it's just 3 files that I can adjust. You know, the template files I adjust, and then every button is always updated throughout every game, and you don't have to be like, oh, I have to change buttons, and I have to change every button in every UI, and all these factors, right? So it's kind of like getting into that stuff. Yeah, we're just doing tiny things here. Where's the outline? Outline settings. I would have swore there is an outline setting somewhere, but very simple outline. Even like if I go install Google Text, you know, it's very easy to update. Or label is more accurate. And now I can go into the registry, and instead of doing these things, I can get the button template, drag that over here. And now I need to go set up the defaults in pre-construct, make these a variable. Set text, which will be a variable. And now I can just set it here, defeats, and delete that button. And button. Now I can just name this button defeats. Duplicate that for exploration. Duplicate that for crafting. Delete that guy. And then we'll actually duplicate this or copy this. Oh, actually, no, that's not gonna be what we want. We will do canvas panel. Duplicate that a couple times. All right, but you can see like just very, very quickly, everything's kind of set up properly. And should I ever choose to redo the styling of the button, it's all going to update properly. Maybe I have to redo some layouts of stuff per actual widget, but that's like whatever. And now we have our actual things here. And so this is exploration, and this is crafting. Make all these variables. And then the widget switcher itself is going to be a variable. And we're just going to bind a bunch of events. Button crafting. And we will get the button, which needs to be a actual variable. We don't have to have a unique identifier on it. Just button. Attach these here. And this is crafting, so we're going to get the switcher. The one thing I haven't done before is set active widget. Normally use index, but sometimes when you modify the layout, it can be annoying. And so you can probably make these variables. And we're just going to actually do crafting. And now we don't have to worry about the order. So it's a little bit of a future proofing of adding more exploration. And then just to make sure it's working, we're going to just image. It's spelled wrong. Copy. And these are all 900 by 500. And we're going to make these different versions just to prove that it's switching. That's an ugly color. Oh, what's wrong now? Which is switcher. Alright, so we can access it here, and then as you can see, it's switching each one. Fair enough. Alright, let's throw in a title. I wonder if, should I even do that? Should I even do a text-based template for title? It's not a terrible idea. Again, I'm thinking like very, very future. Text, title, template. I am very much future thinking here as I set this stuff up. Because I know now this I don't need a whole weird setup for. I can just throw in text. Text, start on screen, whatever. And the size will, this is like the idea of this is going to be a certain size. We'll put the outline, I like an outline, and then a little offset. And then we can go over here and I need to make that. I think my phone's ringing. Oh, it's spam. Spam, 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 spam. Okay, widget registry. So now we do text, title, template. Pop that there. And I guess on these I need to do it button template. Let's do a default name here. Default. And same thing here. And then we go back here. Registry of Chronicles. And just, again, so now any title I had, anytime I put this into a widget and I want to change the styling of it, it updates all widgets. And that's the key. Put that at the top, make it centered. And there we go. And so it's these type of things that can really save you long-term time. And I know a big UI revamp because my UI is very default stuff at a vertical third right now. And eventually I need to make the big overhaul to make it fully Ruins of Tearyn oriented. And that's going to be a bunch of reworks and things. And so starting to do my templates of stuff is going to be very handy in the future. And then you can even make windows that are standardized too. And I could have default code in that window for such as like moving it, you know, and then every window is movable and you're building off the same code for that. So that's some things you can do. I don't think I'm quite there yet where I want to do that, but there's things you can do like that. All right, so we have that there. So we're going to start with defeats and then move into other things as well. And so it's going to end up being a lot of different leaderboard stuff now. From a code perspective, so Play5 has updated leaderboard methods, and I haven't tested the new way of doing a leaderboard, where you might be able to have one leaderboard with defeats and then have multiple columns in that leaderboard for things. So let me see if I can figure that out. So if I, next, let's just do a new so a statistic. We'll call it spiders to character. Submit. If I do a leaderboard, new leaderboard, this is going to be spiders. Okay, that doesn't help. Character. That's weird. So that doesn't help. Let's see. All right, so yeah, that doesn't do anything then. You can't have the columns how I thought you'd be able to have them. All right, so now we have to do another kind of like a small object to add things to, and how we want that to display in the actual thing, and which is going to be which we're basically want to have a template for this for sure, and then rename those as we do them. And so we'll keep the widget here. It's going to be a widget. Registry. Category. Template. And this is going to be, so let's close some windows. Clean up this close button, don't need the HUD, the profile, the root. And so we need to have a widget, a 900 by 500 widget. And just because I'm weird like this, so making sure these are all named properly. Each one of these is going to have a vertical box because we're adding things vertically. We're going to go 5 from the side, 5 from the top, and it will be, we want it always to be size to content, but the just to portray it properly. Minus 10. We'll do that, and then just 1. I don't think it matters. It might matter. We'll see. And this is one thing I want to test too, because I might be able to simplify some of this. Category template. I wonder if it says. Okay, let's do this instead. We'll call this widget defeats. And then the image, we're going to put the background here. I'm going to try and clean up my past method of doing this. Image background. Make this -100 Z order. And right off the bat, set image or set brush. Why I'll never understand why Epic shows set brush for say the image of something. It's a very interesting way of labeling that. Texture, background, default to none, match size. And then let's go ahead and if I take off defeats, and this will throw an error. Widget defeats. And back here. Oh, I do need to make this instance endable and expose on spawn. Do I need an expose on spawn? I don't remember. Maybe I don't. Yeah, maybe I do. There we go. Or what? I had the same wrong thing clicked. Okay, do I need this expose on spawn? I don't think I do. I don't. There we go. Okay, cool. That's what I suspected. So let's get rid of, I'm doing this a little differently now. Image background, yeah, don't need those. And so now we just duplicate this. This one's going to be crafting. This one's going to be exploration. A bunch of errors. I need to make these variable. Yep. And now the background file for that is contained within the widget itself. Of course, it's not working for some reason. Oh, I didn't set the texture to something else. There and there. Making sure it's working. And again, now these have vertical boxes all in them. So I'll just say vertical box. I don't need to label that to anything different. And then I probably do need some sort of category at the top, maybe. I could just color the button differently. But I think I'm just going to move on. I'll think about that later. Widget blueprint. Let me get the layout as a list. Registry, category. Object. I'll say vertical box object. Now once again, it's going to be 900. Same thing, size box. But the width of the height is only going to be about 50, I think. 50 might even be too big. But we'll start big. And this is going to be 900. And these are going to be pretty straightforward. It's going to just be a label and a name. So, or a number, rather. Text. And again, this goes back to all the craziness of what I'm trying to do right now. Text. I'll probably just put all the text labels together. Text. Basic template. And then it's going to be literally the same thing, except 16 size for now. And then we do text basic template. And just snap that there. Anchor to the middle. Dot 5 here. Go like 10 in. And then we can duplicate this. Put it on the other side. And -10. Obviously, we're going to have to, this is going to be the value. This is the statistic. Now, obviously, that's going to probably have to change a little bit, but just as a random test, we'll go and go to the registry category, and then event construct. Just do like a for loop. Just random from like 3 to 7. Create widget. And then we get our vertical box, makes it the variable, and add child. And we hit play, and we should see these kind of populate in each one. Yeah, so there it is. Now, it's weird that they all went 7. Oh, this is why. I need to just promote to a variable first, and then do that. And now it should be different, I think. Yeah. So it's kind of how it looks. Now, I probably want to create a little bit of, again, I'm not trying to do this too visually aesthetic right now, because I don't even know how I'm going to have a good UX layout in the future. So I'm purely just trying to think of the system itself and what is required for it. And so there is the value it's at, so that the value the player is currently at, and then there is the value the player gets a bonus at, and then show the rewards for that bonus. The rewards can be loot, experience, or abilities, or anything else. So in that mindset, we need to have, we're going to make this about half the size. And then I think we'll only show, do we need to show the full reward track? It's sort of like, I hate to use this example, but it's almost like a battle pass. And you can think of the more you, it's a terrible analogy because I hate battle passes, but the more you add, basically the more you kill orcs, the more you progress the orc killing path, which the more, kill the fly, which the more you move into getting the rewards for killing orcs, right? And so how do I portray that path and the rewards for that path? And so you could click the statistic, and that would it's probably the best way to do it. And then you move into a whole other window showing the rewards. That's, I think, the logical thing for players to do is, oh, here's the statistic, click, and then it shows me everything for that. And I could have that or actually I can, because this, like, there's no way this is going to need this much space. Let's half this in size, and you click it, and then it'll populate this section here. That sounds better. All right, so now we can take this and do about 400 in size. And then we will just position this back like 200, maybe 150. Let me feel that out a little bit. I have to fix that as well. Yeah. So here's just to click that and populate that. And that's going to require more space, which is good. Because just a name and a number doesn't need like this crazy amount of space I have going on. And let's bring that in a tiny bit as well. And then we need a whole other, we need a standard window here. So it will not need to be, it'll be more like a tooltip where you're just throw the data into the window. You don't have to have multiple windows for it. We don't need a widget switcher. And then one thing. So vertical box, I'm not going to do +5 there. And then this is 400. Yeah, and then the text itself will have the proper spacing. That seems right. Okay. And then now we need, we'll call it the reward track widget. Widget registry chronicles reward track. But it makes it so cool because then, like, this could also come into factions eventually. The factions could be a whole other system, but basically grinding monsters gives you unique benefits for grinding those types of monsters. And so when you sit in a place, like for those EverQuest people out there, when you sit in Unrest and kill undead forever, you're getting other rewards for doing that. Maybe it's bonuses, abilities to undead or bonus things towards undead. Maybe there's a unique weapon or recipe that you can get by killing tons and tons and tons of undead. And so it's really giving you extra progression when you just go out and start killing stuff. And we want to reward you for going out and killing stuff because that's the purpose of To Be Fun for this game is really kind of being about that. And it lets you kind of really feel those rewards, really feel like you're progressing and not just killing stuff. Because maybe you go somewhere and there's not any loot drops for you, but you're working on a category like of zombies that does give you a reward track to get you something. And so it allows us to have people always have progressional positives to go somewhere, even though you might not have a loot-based progression element that you're requiring there. You getting a pickup? Oh, cool. Oh, perfect. All right. Now I need, yeah, so this is where I put in this window, I put the category widget reward track. And size box. I hate myself sometimes because I'm such a game architecture nerd that I'm already thinking of like, okay, do I need to make this movable window stuff? Do I need to? Um, but widgets you can't make child widgets of, which makes it annoying. So I might just have to have the movable. I think I went through this before at one point. And if widgets worked better as children, I could have the master. Um, I'll be right back. I just kill the fly. I need to wash my hands because I'm like that. All right, I'm back. Okay, now this one's going to be about the same size, but a little bit bigger. Maybe 400 by, or 500 by 500 maybe? And there is, in some world, performance issues with doing so many canvas panels like this, but I've never seemed to run into issues with it. And so, especially because a lot of your performance stuff doesn't matter when it's hidden, and so um, I don't think it'll impact later on, but that's something I have to profile a little bit later. And I'll still put in a background image or image for this. And image background. I'll throw some text in here, a text template. 20, 10. And this is just reward track. Over here. Oh, when you get text. And where is it? Let me rename this text. So I don't confuse myself when I'm pulling these. Actually, let's just make this even simpler. Let's just do text. Screw that. And then over here, I will also do text. No reason to name it differently. Text, set text. And then we will format text with category and reward track. Let's do the opposite, I guess. Promote that. Get a text. Title. And save, and then we'll also go to the image, the background, which needs to be variable. Image, background, or say texture, background. Okay, instance editable. I always think of instance like editable. Like, oh, I can eat it now. Good to know. Okay, now we do the reward track here. This does not go in the widget switcher. This goes in the main div, which is, I believe, 500 by 500. We'll just center it. And size. Put it over. And test. And so this is something that every time we click on a button over here, it's going to, blip loading and plug in the reward track for that thing. And I want to, again, it's very easily portrayed as a battle pass. I just do not want to portray that to players. I don't want to portray this like timeline of rewards you get. That's like the horrible way of doing it for like a more PC-based audience. It's just one of those know your audience type things. And so let's so part of this is where's the vertical box object? Now we do a button. Once again, oh, this is a hidden button, so I don't need to worry about the template. 400 the z index to 100, whatever. And then this is something we do have to do on spawn. We're going to do a variable, an object. This is going to be widget registry of Chronicles reward track. And we're going to have to do a bunch of these weird things. So widgets can be like really child widgets. You don't want referencing like the widget above because it can be like really weird reference loops. And so I like to basically, like with this one, each of these we're going to have to, so we would also do widget switcher, get children, get all children for each loop. We're going to get, what are these? These are the categories, right? These are these. So we're going to have, yeah, I'll keep that for a second. Object reference. Reward track. Instance editable. We can cast these to since we already referenced them, registry category template, and set reward track to the reward track. And that way I can code stuff directly in the child's with this information. And so now we go to the template. And on these registry category objects, we also have this, which needs to be on spawn this time. And we just plug that in there. And that way you don't have to get like interfaces involved at all. It's automatically created and plugged in. And so when we actually go here and click this button now, we're going to take this and we can, I guess we do have to get a reward track. So in the reward track, wherever the heck this thing is, this is where we make an interface, blueprint interface. And this is going to be RT load. And we'll probably create a struct of information I'll have to think of that for a second. I can just get rid of those. Class settings. Implement the new interface. And then just an example, we load the track, and then we're just going to set the reward. Yeah, so we're in the actual thing. That's right. Okay. And let's just do some sort of like just random float. Just put that there. And then when you're working on stuff like this, it's like sometimes it's really nice to order your windows. So we go from the main window to the reward track. Technically, well, I guess technically it's the vertical box. Well, vertical box is kind of done, right? No, that's the click. Okay, this is the button. We go from the registry that lists our stats here. Then we click on one of those, the reward category, which is already there, which we don't need right now. We don't need basic text. And this is the rewards. So we start here, we click this thing here, and it should just randomly start updating that. And I'm just going to close that for sake of mental clarity right now. So we start here, and then the button's blocked by something right now. What is the button blocked by? Oh, no, it isn't blocked. It's, forgot when I do unhovered, I set color, the background color, or set to like .25. And then unhovered to 0. There we go. All right. So I click the vertical box object, which is this guy here, which I do not have anything set for right now. So over here, I was setting the wrong thing up. Oh, I did set that up. So we click the button. Why don't I get rid of these stupid things? On released. We're going to get this and set ROT. Load. And that should just do the randomized code, whatever it is. Oh, I did not. What's it here? this guy, I think. Template. Oh, I did do it. Maybe I have to do a delay. I delay that by 1. There we go. So that's the general flow. And then we need to basically create a struct or a data table of the rewards for all this. And that's going to pull in the whole table of the rewards and what you get out of it. And so now it's about defining those rewards, making it possible to, if it's an item, show an item. If it's an XP value, it's an XP value. And so the first thing is like do the obvious, get XP values put in, and then I'm gonna move these over a little bit. Widget switcher 175. 200. Position would be 275. Let's just make it weirdly a little better. And then these guys, maybe 50. I'm like nitpicking this, but yeah, so I mostly just want to make sure it doesn't find a way to portray this as a battle pass, but not a battle pass. Because just we're, as MMO players, we're just so sick of seeing a battle pass thing. Now, I know it's different because you're not paying for it. You're actually grinding on these things to get them. But it still is just, it's a user experience mindset thing. And I want to figure out a way to make sure it's done properly. And now what? What's the next thing I want to do? I think at this point all I have to do is start defining the struct. And so rewards struct. Okay, so I've kind of laid out the, I'll put this in a different note for now. Achievements, naming, ideas. And we're kind of getting into that. Where are we? All right, so let's bring this up to the top. And now we need to show, is it possible we hide the rewards? No, I don't think I want to hide the rewards. I think this should always be kind of shown. goes back to that idea of, oh, I need this from I need this thing from my cleric because it works for my build. So I'm going to go farm this dungeon, and I'm going to get some loot on the way doing the dungeon. But I know I'm always working towards this other cool thing I want as well. You know, maybe as a cleric, you have to kill a bunch of undead in order to get your best undead nuke spell. That kind of thing. All right, so we need, we need the value the player is currently at. Let's start messing around with this. Throw this in there. So the current value, whatever. Then like at XXX value. Reward. Doing on the very fly brainstorming layout. And so it's like, 50, 45 defeats of orcs, at 50 defeats, get XP bonus. At 100. Defeats. Get bigger. Could be like, just for sake of doing this, potion of orc protection recipe. Dagger of slaying orcs. Yeah, I prefer it as like a bit of a checklist, and then we can just scroll down, and then it gets rid of this idea of, again, even though it is like a battle pass progression-y thing, I don't want, I want to stay as far away as possible as portraying it as a battle pass. And again, it's very much different because battle passes you pay for, they're usually time constrained. So I think players will understand that's not what it is. But yeah, that's all I really need to do. So we're going to have, and what this kind of defines, right? So current value, and this is the title. Or where's the title of this thing? Oh no, this is the. So I'm doing this in the wrong place. That's partly what I'm doing. I think. Yeah, I'm totally doing this in the wrong place. Cut those. This is supposed to be in the reward track. So we have a current progress, and these will obviously be like tied together and like grayed out once you complete them, or green, like showing that really nice feeling of completed checklist. So we're going to have another kind of vertical box entry of things that's going to pivot from depending on the rewards you choose. And so the data we need is going to be required amount, required stat value, rewards, which can be an entire mixture of experience, loot, crafting recipes, abilities, I think that's pretty much everything. I'm going to sway away from titles. I don't like titles, like name titles. I feel like they're just something put in the game, and people just don't care about them. When they mean something, they're actually important. When they don't mean something, they're useless. And when you get a title for dying 1,000 times, like it just doesn't mean anything really. Obviously, cosmetics. We will have some sort of not cosmetics in the sense of purchasable cosmetics, but we will have a way to like transmog your gear. And we actually really want to have a nice, really good, basically fashion system in the game. And so I have to find a different name than cosmetics because I don't want people to get confused with that term. Maybe I just call it fashion or style. As much as I hate to say it, like saying fashion. Hopefully that's not too much of a feminine word, but to name it the fashion system, I think it needs to be better named. like I like the transmog system from WoW, but I don't want to just use the word transmog. Obviously, like that's kind of their made-up word in a way. Like it's obviously it's a real word, obviously, but what's a different word? Like change. I'm just thesaurussing different words right now. Even though this is like so not even something I should be kicking me out. Whatever. I'm just gonna use cosmetics, or I'll just put. I'm gonna use fashion. I don't care. Experience, loot, crafting, recipes, abilities, fashion, and so what are the requirements of these? Right. So we're going to have. We need an ability window, or I think we have this already in the action tab. Widget, action list, object. Yeah, so we kind of have that already. That I can at least modify. So we have everything we need for it. Like we have the like an action icon to hover on what it gives. Inventory icon to show the loot. XP, stat values to show XP, etc. Or this is like basic text. And so one of the things I want to make sure I have by the end of this day, or this end of the session, is I'm going to go kill some bears. I'm going to hit 50 bears killed, and or whatever it is, and boom, I get the reward, and it check stuff off. That's kind of what I'm aiming to hopefully have done today. And then I'll have a decent path forward. So let me think about this. And yeah, we're just going to do a bunch of data tables for this stuff. So we're going to click the stat, and it's going to have all this information in. So it needs to be kind of endless. So going back to the idea of right here, the rewards track, we're going to need a scroll box. Which is also going to, and that's going to be, we can anchor it to the left. Position, we'll say what, 50, not 25, 25, 50, about there. Size X, I think this is 400, so 450, yeah. And then size Y is also 450, 400, like so. within that, we're going to have a vertical box. Which automatically gets sized. And then this is where we would start adding these entries into things. And I will move this down a little bit because I do 50 or 35 because I do need the current value. It's like right here. We'll say put this as like widget. Let's say text current value. Anchor this to the right side, I guess. And we'll just do the middle. I don't care. .5, .5. And negative 200. 150. And we're going to align this to the right. Oh, right. I don't have that option here yet. Actually, we'll just no, we're going to do this differently. We're going to do I'm going to put this I need to make sure this is centered. Negative 225, negative 25. And then we'll modify this to be basically a string formatted. And then this will be in the load. Get text. We'll actually have to do two things. We'll have to have the prefix and the postfix, I guess. And text. Sometimes that changes verbally, grammarly type thing. Text current pre post. I'll just call it pre. And oops. Then value. Text current value. Oh, text current value format. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna name this something else. I'll just say widget, and then I can name this one. And then we do pre, post, and then this is going to be value. And these are all things that I didn't even have to do that because it has to come from the actual load data data table. And I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. So again, this is kind of identifying our info as well. And a lot of this stuff might actually come from the actor component too, because that's where we're going to pull a lot of the information from. Unless we might actually cache it. We might load it onto the thing and then pull it from the cache. All right, if we go back here, so we just did like that type of thing. So it would end up being something like, you have defeated, X amount of orcs, right? And then it goes into the track here. And so we'll need a data table with an array of this data table. We might actually have to do, we could probably do a little bit differently. Let's look at, let's go to here, let's do a struct, or a data table rather. No, we have to do the struct first. So a structure rewards. Okay. And so we're going to start with, again, let's do the text stuff first. It'll be like text current pre value. Oh, we don't need the value here because that's pulled from the actual data of the character. And then dude, this is wrong already. I don't need to have this here. This is going to be a rewards data table. So required, this will be an integer, required value for the reward. Then we have rewards. Which could be a bunch of things. Because if we just take that and then we go make a data table from it, data table. Right. Just open that up. This is kind of like what we're going to want to have. This is going to be like, reward 0 or whatever. Reward 1. Reward 2. Required value, it's going to be like, 15, 30, 45, whatever. And then you get your rewards list. And then this is how we'd feed into the table. And then this thing would be called orc defeat orc rewards. And then how I identify the rewards might also have to be a struct. Or no, I don't have to do that. So we can just do rewards XP, rewards loot, rewards recipes. 1 second, people. Okay. So this makes it a little bit easier. I can say rewards, recipes, loot, XP, and everything, right? Because I'm a data table driven product, abilities. These can all be data tables. And they're going to be data tables. They're going to be soft references. Did I say anything else? Experience, loot, crafting, abilities, fashion, which I don't even have a system for that yet, so I'm just going to leave it as loot. And then now we need the like potential icons. We'll need an icon of some sort. Texture. I'll just call this icon, whatever. Or texture. Icon. I think that's all I really need. The loot you get, the value you need at. And then if we looked here, this is kind of what the thing will look like. The icon for the reward, it gives it a little bit of a different look. The value, the XP reward, and if anything's 0 or nothing, then we just ignore it and we don't portray it in the window. I think I like that overall. And then when we go to back to the interface now, right, we need to have this have a data table input into it. Which will come in as a soft reference, and we'll do the loading of it in this within this thing here. This will become one just as valid. True. I suppose I could have a name for each track. Is that necessary? I don't know. I don't think so. I think the number is enough. I'll leave it for now. If it's true, async load. We will do data table, or we do a cast to data table. And then we get data. We're going to get each data table row names. And then we're going to get every single row. each of these. We are going to do we will obviously break this into what do they call it? Cron, like reward. And this is where we're going to create widget. Which is where's the vertical box? Okay, vertical box there. Add to, or add child. I guess I'll use the vertical box one for whatever reason. This is going to be the reward track, which I don't even have created yet, so I need to create that. So this is the reward track, and then I need a track object. And once again, and here we go with screen. What is the? I definitely do not need that up. The width of this is 450, so when you go by 450. Oop, 50. And then now the text basic template. This is required value. Over by 5. And then it's going to have rewards. I guess technically this is also going to be, I'm just going to put the texture in there anyways. So let's put this over to like 75. Image. This like 40 by 40. I guess don't need that there. And then reset that. Just 50. Icon. And then rewards. So this gets into a bit trickier. This is legit text card value. And then I guess we'll duplicate another one of these for reward XP. Put this over here. And as an example, 50 XP, 1, do negative 200, negative 100. I might need to do, no, I'm going to have to manually. I'm going to probably have like a normal slot base, like XP's here. I might have some code for sorting, depending on what's there. And then like I can do inventory slot. Once again, put it over here. Something like that. But I'll deal with that when I get there. First things first is just XP values. And I'll expand from there. Keep it simple. Stay on task. And so track object. Now, with this track object, we're going to need, so actually, we mostly just want to pass on okay, so we can make this a little bit easier. We're going to make a struct. Which is going to be the rewards. And then we can make this expose on spawn. And then we don't even need to break that apart. And then this one on construct. We can now just start setting our stuff. So right away, just get this set image or set brush texture. Get this and break that. Why does that not work? Okay. A little bit complicated in some sense of the flow here. So we start with this window. We click on defeats, which loads this with the different things. Now, this is where each one of these needs to have, I believe, the correct data table assigned to it. So now we need a data table. Rewards. And soft. All right, so we click this, it loads, it populates this with the different orcs and stuff. So, will be orcs, whatever. Maybe I should just start doing this. I think I could do these manually, actually, in some sense. I don't think I need to have those populated by random chance. I think I can just have these. Oh, right. I would need them as separate things. So, because that's the template. So now I need to load. How am I going to do this for each one of these? This is another data table I'm going to get into. Or do I just do an array here? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And so it's time to, okay, so retracing my steps. We open with this, we click the defeats tab, right? That has to now load all the different monsters to integrate there. And so we can go to the defeats button, which I have already. We're setting activate the widget. And then we would do I could probably set this up in each category, but that would duplicate the code to each one. I don't think I want that. So because I've made them a template, right, each one of these is the same widget, but it's going to be changed as a different template. I could put like an enumeration variable, and then it would create different categories based on that. Or I could just make, I guess it's just an array, right? Because I don't think I've even, I guess I am putting the current value there. But it's just it's just a value, a name and a value. So we can go here. And we would take the variable category. As text. And make that an array. And then over here, because these don't really change at all. Defeats, and now we have the array. So I can bring up my list now of creatures, whatever. Bears, boars, deer, moose. I don't need to do plural. Spider, wolf, Did I do two goblins? Goblins there. Orc, ghost. These are ghosts. Reaper, skeleton, zombie. All right. And then over here, you can get for each. I'll probably just do this on construct. Create widget, which is it's not the right one. Maybe it is. Reg cat. All right, so I think I might drop the value because we're going to portray that in the next window. All right, just make sure that's that. Yep. And then I need a label there. I need this to be labeled. It's widget, text, label. Wait, why do I need to do this? I thought I had this. Oh no, I didn't have this. Okay. Vent construct. Get text. Label. All right, so this is where we would also have another reward track. This is where it's data table, soft, reference. And we're going to get the same index as this and assign it here. And we're going to have looks like that matches. Wow, you can't have a soft reference data table. That's odd. that's why. I'm looking at the wrong thing. And now I'm forgetting why I had that thing there. Oh, right, that's the rewards track, which is this guy. And now we go back over here. And I would create another array of 20 of these. And so for now, we're going to just do put this guy in there. Did I just crash? I just crashed. All right. Back to my normal level first. I'm hoping to just get this tiny implementation in. And once you do the bulk setup of these systems, it's like so much easier to just throw stuff in and get it working. So now we gotta get back to the widgets here. All right. The template is there. All right, so that's where we're at. And then we go to here. I guess we're going to go slower this time. Okay. And so that's just basically we're adding the same thing for every category. And if we go to the actual widget here, when we start, we're taking our categories, we're creating a new thing for it and adding it. So right off the bat, we should have something. And then we create this guy who has a button, which when we click on it, this will change to the thing. I will probably make a texture here. But I think if we have unreleased button and we're going to take our rewards and try and load it, nodes over. Let's see what happens. All right, click defeats, and it did a whole lot of nothing. Oh, probably because I didn't set the defeats button click up, right? So button defeats. Actually, should do it automatically. Maybe I just need a delay. Tiny delay. Interesting. Oh, I didn't add it to the vertical box. Add to add child. There we go. And so obviously I need a size box to get that going, but now if I hit bear, so that stuff's populating. And so I can now go over here, and on this guy, we can delete all these random things. For a moment, and then over back here, we need a scroll box, which is going to be 400, 500, maybe not that much, or maybe that's correct. It is. There we go. All those are there. And now it shows all our stuff. Now we got to go to the reward track before we start adding stuff. Clear children. There we go. Cool. Getting there. All right, back to this thing. So I think the image for the background, I don't think we might not even need an image for background here. If I take that out, take a look here. I probably do. I don't know. To make it more thematic for each one, probably do. I do want, okay, let me think here. We need some like icons and things, places to put them. So we're going to want to have an icon here with bear. We're going to have a selected, what we're selected on. And then we probably don't need as long of a window for this. Although it's not the most terrible to have a little bit of leeway of room in case there is like a long name of something. But this could be a little bit shorter, I'm sure. And then over here, okay, so back to here. I can open this up. We need the widget reward track. We need to make sure we're setting the text on this. And so we're going to need another name. A label. Or like, I'll say text title. And this is where I think I can do the prefix. Pre value post. And so we will have the reward track. Do I have this somewhere? I don't have it set yet. Oh yeah, so right here. As we load, and we're doing, that's all track title, okay. Let me make sure that works. This is the stat. Am I doing the wrong thing? text title. Oh, right. Text title comes right here. There we go. All right. And then current value is not being set right now. I think I maybe, yeah, so it's this thing. And then I don't know if I need the pre-value post thing. I might not need those. These ones might be able to just pre-do a standardized value for this. You have defeated 56 orcs. And so I'm going to have to have a bunch of little, basically every time you click on one of these, it's going to probably like fade out a little bit to be loading and request that information from the actor component to request it from the cloud. It'll receive it back, and then you'll get the update. And that way, every time you open the screen, you're not spamming API requests on everything here. Yeah, so we're going to make some standardized things for this. So instead of the pre-whatever, we're going to have the categories. The actor component scoreboard or registry. Make enumeration. Chronicles categories. And So at the moment, it's just 3. It's just defeats, crafting. I'll just do defeat, crafting, exploration. And we go back to we go all the way back here. And defeats are all going to be the same. And so open this up. We'll have a single category. Okay. And we're going to pass that into this guy. Then we're just going to copy this here, create the variable here as well. This one can just be on spawn. All right, so this is, so we go from here, which populates this with these. And this is set through instance edible, to defeat, crafting, exploration. And then from there, this guy's adding these, which gets these. Oops. This guy is adding these, which I'll get that. And we pass it to the Chronicles load. And this is going to be the type. Which over here, so if we go back to that category, we do not need the pre-value, oops, post. And then we're going to just we'll create a function out of this. Set set current value. It's fine. Do I have 2 windows open? What? Weird. Alright, so for defeat, now we can just do defeated. Value. And I guess object, or I guess category. So for now, we're just going to do like random int in range 2 through 3, and for track title, set text. Okay, and then this is wrong for some reason. Oh, I need to put, I guess, another input for title. And we no longer need any of these. And am I even using this now? I'm not. Okay. That's all good to go. All right. Back to here. I'm going to, I guess, just put another texture. I might change this in the future. But for now, I'm just going to go with whatever. Icon. And I don't think I have enough proper icons for this, but I don't know if I have like monster icons. Oh, we got some in that category. Let's just take most of these. at least something. So bear is first. And then we're on boar and deer. Moose. Spider. And stag. Wolf. And I know Cinti has some. I can use that for dragon. That's good enough for dragon. What's one's dragon? Is 8. Alright, I'll use this guy, I think, for bandit. And then what's mercenaries? Is 14. This guy for mercenaries. That's kind of goblins, so sure, I'll use those goblins. 13. I guess it's more orcs. Do 15. Do they have an icon for them? They do not. Oh, I feel like I didn't do the, did I do the moose and all those? Okay, I did. Alright, so we're at 9 now. The elementals definitely do not have an elementals icon. Of course, I lost my place in Cinti. just to put a bunch of generic things in there for now. Obviously, I can just go and screenshot things and do it, but I was just trying to do a bit of basics right now. Not go too crazy. I feel like they had more Cinti textures, like little icon photos. Not that a lot of them kind of fit what I'm trying to do, but okay. Would have swore Cinti had more more things. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. All right, I'm just gonna move on. I'm gonna put something random in each one for now. And then when this thing goes, all right, so we click the button. This loads this. Which is the stat, but we're also going to move this text over, say, 50, 60, get an image. Again, over there. Maybe like 40 by 40. 10. Image. Icon. This back to 55, maybe. And then we'll put this to a texture 2D. And yeah, I think that's everything I need there. Except this. Which is getting the this. Like having that many textures just automatically there is kind of, I mean, it's not terrible, but there we go. You know, it's making it a little bit more fancy. It's got the icons and stuff. I'm gonna have to obviously take some screenshots and do cutouts. I still feel like this is a little bit too large over here, but I'm gonna leave it for now. So reward track water elementals. You have defeated 69 water elementals. And then let's test the other part here. So we load this up. This gives us that, and then when we click on it, we're loading the track, right? This is the track. And then, so we have this updating, that updating, and then this all is all updating based off of the data table we've set up. And so now how is the data table being passed down? Is it passed down from, it's being passed down from here, right? Yeah, this is the data table. And then we have these values here. And we're not setting things based on that yet, it would seem. Okay, so that's the required value. So we are setting it, and then rewards XP. In this case, this. Is value XP. If we go here, oh, all right. I think I'm going to take a little break. Go do some stuff with the fam, and I'll be back at this. I might stream again tonight. We'll see. I might pick it back up tomorrow. Do some more work off stream. Thank you everyone for watching. Once again, you can wishlist. Really appreciate wishlists right now on the Epic Game Store. That's one thing that really trying to push up, and let you guys know when we're available for playtesting, which is going to be on the 28th this month. And to participate, you can just download our demo right here, and we'll be able to join the playtest through that. Any type of socials, like our videos, all those things, really helpful. Again, we have a lot of content on our YouTube for our game direction and different things. You can also look us up on some of the Inside Unreal. If you look up Ruins of Tearyn Inside Unreal, we did a 2 or 3 hour overview of game direction through that as well. We were on the official Epic Games live stream, which is actually, there's a link down here for it as well. Right here, creating classic MMOs, mechanics in Unreal. So that's there as well. Indie tech stack overview, game architecture guide overview, Discord for all our notifications and stuff. And so we appreciate it. Thank you again for watching. Here we ramble about UI work all day. And I'll catch you next time. Thank you very much.